Hello, everyone, and welcome to Titan Tuesday Productivity Sprints. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of S.E. Huston, author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, of Cursive Wings and Gems, and the currently releasing Bound to the Elements series. And the goal of today's stream is to have somewhat productive environment. It's not strictly timed. We do have 1 hour long sprints, and I will be going for several hours today. And you're welcome to work on whatever productivity you need, whether it's reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I do use the sprint time to focus on my task because focus issues. That means I won't be in the chats until it breaks, but then I'll have to catch up with everyone, see what everyone's working on. Today, I have a lot of stuff I still need to do as far as like my whole task list. I have a lot. And I think I put on the schedule today that I was going to be able to work on my novella for the Kickstarters coming out at the end of the year. And I did write 3 chapters yesterday. I spent like all day doing it, but I have a couple of admin things I have to do. I have to get a couple emails out, and I need to check to see if my artist got back to me because I reached out to my artist yesterday to commission some artwork for the Kickstarter book. And he did respond yesterday and that he's interested in taking on the 4 images that I'm looking for, the 4 pieces that I want. And he was asking some questions. So, but we're in time difference. So I'm sure he's came back and said something else. By the time I checked it, it was late at night for me. It was like, I don't know, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for him. So see what he has said. That may take more time in case if he's like, okay, well, let's go ahead and get started on the first one. Then I kind of need to put together my cover brief. I probably should just do that anyway, since I know he said he's going to take it on. I should just go ahead and put together my artwork brief. I'm used to doing cover briefs because I've been getting a lot of covers done. So put together my artwork brief to give to him so that I can and see where we go from there. I figure this probably take the first sprint. I also need to check up on my kiddo because I didn't see him when I got home from the gym, and my husband was here. He took care of him, fed him, whatnot, and everything like that. But I think he must have been like back in his room already. And I had to take a shower and then just barely get dressed in time for the live stream. So I'm gonna go out, check on him, see how he's doing, get another cup of coffee, do those admin things. So I think that's gonna be the first sprint. And then do I get to work on my novella? I don't know. I'm trying to decide what should I work on. The novella needs to be written. I need to revise it. I need to edit it. I need to get it to my Omega readers. If I have time, get it to beta readers. In between, I need to do some revisions between Omega and beta readers if I have time. And then if I do get to beta readers, I need to revise it again and then edit it again and have it ready to go by October. So that's the whole process for writing it. And I think, I wrote 3 chapters yesterday. I kind of imagined there was going to be 25 chapters, but even though I brainstorm stuff, it never comes out the same. I already took out 2 chapters. I'm technically on chapter 6 of the brainstorming that I was coming up with, but I'm on chapter 3. So, so I don't know how much it's going to change. And I mean, if I was to, that would take me 8 days to write it. If I did 3 chapters a day with 25 chapters, roughly 8 more days to finish writing it. But I know I don't have all day long, and I spent all day long on it yesterday, and I know I don't have all day long doing that. So probably 2 weeks to finish writing it. But then I also have book 7 and 8 of the Bound to the Element series. Now those come out October and November. So the first one comes out October, the same month that I'm going to be doing my Kickstarter. When the novella doesn't actually have to be done in October. That's when the Kickstarter goes. But it would be good if when the Kickstarter's over, that I can go ahead and give the novella out at that time. So that would be better if it was ready to go. So really toward the end of October is when that would probably be due. And then the book 7 that's due in October that's due at the beginning of October. So technically I should work on book 7 first. Now that one has been revised. I've edited it, revised it again. But there's still something not quite right with it. And so I really need to dig into it to see I think I have an idea of what's not quite right. So I need to dig into it and see if I add what I'm thinking I need to add to it, if that would make it better, and just really, get in there and tear down the story and see what I can do to see if I can make it the best that it can be, at least for my writing skills. Book 8 comes out in November. That one's going to take me a while to break down and get into it because I still don't feel it's right, and I'm not quite sure if I know what's not right with it. I think I do maybe, but it's already high on word count, and it's supposed to be like a short story novelette size. But if I do anything more to it, it's probably going to end up being a novella because I think it's over 17,000 words, almost 18,000 words now. And I've been trying to keep all of them between like 10 and 15,000 words. So I don't know. Maybe the last one's supposed to be longer. I don't know. But that one's going to take me a while. So those ones are already written and revised and edited quite a bit, but I still have some more revisions, some more edits. And I still have to get those to my mega readers. If I have time, get them to beta readers. But I'm thinking about possibly not going through beta readers. But I don't know yet. It depends. I'll see. Anyways, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I should probably work on book 7 today. That one is Viper and the Wood Warder. And if I get through it, then I can work on my novella. I think that's the plan. So first sprint, admin stuff. Second sprint, start working on the 7th book in the Bound to the Element series. And if I finish it, then move on to novella. Okay, that's the plan. All right. Barb was the first one in at 6:30 a.m., which was like an hour and a half ago for no, that's 6:30 her time. It was 5:30 my time. So that was 2.5 hours ago. Here, but wanted to y'all to know how much I've missed you. Was on a cruise with 85 plus people on GLP-1s. Doc appointment this a.m., but we'll be back with everyone tomorrow. I've missed you, and I really love that. Thank you so much for stopping in, Barb. Kendra's here. Hello, good morning. How many words will your novella be? So I like to think that my chapters are roughly 1,500 words. That's an average. It's, sometimes less, sometimes more. But the 3 chapters I've written, they've all been around 2,500 words. But if I was going with 1,500 words at roughly 25 chapters, it was like just under 38,000 words. And I know me, like I've written out rough plans for what I want to do with a story, and I always add more to it. Right now I'm taking away because I realized I didn't need as much in the beginning. But I do feel like I might end up adding more to it later. So I'm like, this might end up over 40,000. If I get close to 50,000, it's just going to be called a novel at that point. So yeah, I wrote a lot yesterday. Actually, I haven't updated my word count, so I don't know how much I actually wrote, but, I know over the weekend I was just doing brainstorming on this novella, and I wrote just over 20,000 words. 80 plus 792. Oh, that's I still did some brainstorming yesterday. So drafting, I don't know, 715. That's 22, 2,300, 3,200, 3,900, 6,900, 69. 89, 796. So I wrote about 9,800 words yesterday for the drafting and the 3 chapters. It sounds about right. If you divide that by 3, that gives you about 3,000 words a chapter. But none of my chapters go to 3,000 words. But I know like the first chapter, I wrote it, I rewrote it, I kept rewriting it. And I still have an idea for how to rewrite it again, because I still think I need to do something a little bit different. But it's kind of where it's at, but I need to take out some things and fill in other things. But I've been thinking about it since yesterday, but I haven't touched it yet. Andy stopped in. Hello. And hi, Andy. Oh my God, the best Laura ever is here. Yes, Laura is here. I have a feeling your novella will end up longer than my novels are. How long are your novels? I trust you've done like 50 burpees a day. I burpee at it per day. One burpee at it per day. Oh my gosh. I was telling my gym trainer about that conversation last week when we were talking about 1 burpee a day. And by the end it'd be 365 burpees. And he said there was something like, he did like 400 burpees in one day, but he was doing like an exercise regimen. And it was like, do this, do like 20 burpees, then do something else, do a little bit of work, do something else, did another 20 burpees. But it was like consistent all throughout the day. And by the time he ended, it was almost 400 burpees. And he was like, I do not recommend that. Yeah, totally. So many burpees. 50K. Okay, so yours are around 50K. Yeah, my novels are really long. So my Brides of the Dragon King series, the first one's 141. I may be slightly off on figures, but I don't think I'm too far off. I think that was like 141 something. The second book, it was 193. And the third book is 170,000. I did get I could edit that too, but I've decided to hold off on it. I actually had that scheduled to edit it today because I did get back the editing notes from both of my editors. One I got back a week ago and the other one I got back on Sunday. But I was like, I don't really have to edit this yet. I can hold off. I can get some of these other things done. And I don't know. I think it's at 170, and I think it's going to drop. I think because looking through the notes of what they both said, I can see different places where I want to change just slightly. None of them had really story things that they said that I need to change. Both of them thought the storyline was great. But there were some places where I could like tighten up the language. And so I think I will end up shaving off some of the word count on that one. Oh my God, 400 in one day, right? Yeah. Laura, you must do 500 burpees today. Minimum, make SD stream your leg week. LOL. Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and, why is my banner or my style? Is it under style? Yeah, how come my, it says show headline, but it's not showing my headline. That is very interesting. My headline's not showing to you guys, right? It just disappeared. It was there when I first like set up the studio. It was there. Alrighty. Is it a different setting? I know they're constantly changing things in here. No, it should still show my headline and show my name. Large. I don't know why it's not showing. That's very interesting. Okay. Wait, if I click off the comment, will it come back? It does. It came back when I clicked off of it. That is weird. Why would that change? I just changed the text to large. So that's the first time I'm seeing it large. Let me go back and see default small. Whoa, small is really small. Default. Yeah, it used to be, I could put a comment up on the screen and it did not take away my words, my name. At least I didn't think it did. I think it only does it like if it's like moving you up on the screen, but it's not moving me on the screen. It's very interesting. I don't think I've ever gone above an 80K book in my life. That's better. Like the smaller, yeah, because a larger one, you can't really see it. Yeah, I wish I could stay around 80K. I tend to write really long books. So if I can get this, if this becomes a novel instead of novella, but it stays between like 50 and 60K, I'd be happy, because then that tells me that I'm getting somewhat better at writing shorter. And I say that knowing that like I'm also brainstorming, plotting. I've written 30,000 words in the next book in my Brides of the Dragon King series. And the next book is actually the start to a saga. So you have to read that linearly, where the first 3 books you can read in any order. And I've got 30,000 words into it, and I was like, I don't think I'm a good enough writer for this yet. So I've set it aside, but I'm still brainstorming. I did a bunch of brainstorming on it yesterday, Sunday. I don't remember what day. And I didn't count it. Like I didn't write it down because I wasn't at my computer when I was brainstorming it. I was just dictating it into my phone, and I don't know what I did with the words. So I don't even know. And I don't even remember what time I started dictating when I was brainstorming that. So I was like, oh, forget it. I did a whole bunch of brainstorming on this, on my saga, on the first book. And I don't know what I did with it. And I can't count it in my word count because I don't even know where it's at or what time I did it. That's what happens sometimes when you're trying to just like get ideas when you're not actually at your computer and you start trying to figure it out. But I remember a lot of it in my head. So I'll be able to come back to it. But that one, I'm like, oh my gosh, that book is going to be so long. I'm hoping it's not going to hit 200,000 words. Since there's umbrellas for rainstorms, what's the umbrella equivalent for brainstorms? I don't know. Is that a joke? Like, is there a punchline? Do I get to hear the punchline, or is this just like a rumination? So yeah, I do like the idea of brainstorm. I brainstorm a lot. I have lots of stories in my head, and I have a lot that I'm doing right now. We're trying to write this novella, trying to figure out. I think I am probably not going to write on the next book in the Brides of the Dragon King series until late next year, but I'll be thinking about it the whole time. I've done lots of brainstorming, over 100,000 words of brainstorming for a new series that's set in the same world. And I've got like, I know it's 8 books. I know who the protagonists are. I know who the, what the main, our overarching goal for the series is. I know how the series ends. I know how it begins. I've actually got a lot of the first book written in my head, but I'm like, I have other things to do. I can't write it right now, but I have written down all my brainstorming notes. I have tons and tons of brainstorming notes. So like I said, that's over 100,000 words I have. So that I want to start writing on at the end of the year, but I have to get through all these other things that I was talking about before. And then I also have my story from my last Kickstarter that was part of the Fated Adventures. And that was where I sent the story partially through the mail to people who bought that, who bought the Fated Adventures during the Kickstarter. So they got part of the story through the mail, and in their envelopes, they got like clues and stuff to go online to get more of the story. And there was 4 main characters, and they could choose which character they want to follow. But all 4 characters were friends. They were working together to solve a mystery. It was also fantasy romance. So, and it was really good. But I decided I don't really want to keep doing Fated Adventures. I thought I wanted to, and I got it all prepped and ready for it. And I realized, do I really want to be mailing out packets all the time? I would rather be writing. So I brainstormed how to take those 4 storylines and pull them together. And often there's many scenes that they're all in together that I'll have to choose whose point of view I want to be in. But I see that as a 3-book series, and I'll have all 4 point of views in the series, which will help me, I think. And I want to do that sometime at the end of this year as well, if I can get to it, to start publishing it next year. Most of the stories are written. It's just pulling together all the threads and choosing which viewpoint I want, and then filling in any filler that I would need for a continuous story that's not broken up by mailing packets. So I don't think that's going to take very long to do it. But that will help me, I think, with the saga series I'm going to do for Brides of Dragon Kings, because that one has multiple viewpoints. And I'm like, I know how to do multiple viewpoints when it comes to writing fantasy. I've written fantasy my whole life, lots of viewpoints, love it. But how do you keep tension in the romance going and keep the readers interested in the romance part as well? Especially that in my saga, I'm going to be bringing back all 3 couples from the first 3 books. So their romances already have like their kind of HEAs. So where do we go from there? How do we increase the tension? How do we keep it going? I guess and I was having trouble with that when I wrote the first 30,000 words. And I was like, okay, I'm not strong enough as a writer to do this yet. So I'm going to practice it with the Fated Adventures story, which I don't know what I'm going to call it, but it's not going to be Fated Adventures. I was hoping someone would have a punchline. Sadly, we're not clever enough. No. Go ask the AI, see what it tells you. It probably won't be clever either. Pretty sure once you do them 500 burpees, you have the answer, Laura. Get burping. And literally trying to kill me off. Yes, already, right? She's not a character to torture, Andy. I know we like torturing our characters, but all right, let's go ahead and get started with this first sprint. I need to figure out my word count from yesterday before I put the banner up there, but oh my gosh, swap burpees for tea, get tea. That works. I like that. All right. Why is this thing there? I don't know why that's there. Go away. Okay, went away. Okay, first sprint, 1 hour on the clock. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that was into the first spread. How did you do? I checked on my kiddo, got some coffee, got a little something to eat because I was hungry. Did the emails off to the people I needed to send emails off to. And then I went to, and I also checked with the artist, but he hadn't responded to what I wrote yesterday. So I just sent off another quick note, just trying to figure out, like, he said he can do the pieces, but I was kind of wanting to know, like, what the timeline is, because that way I can plan for it. Especially because with my Kickstarter page, I have someone who is reviewing my Kickstarter page in August. So I'd like to have at least one of the pieces done, and maybe sketches of the others so that there'd be placeholders for when the person checks my Kickstarter page. So I sent off that note. And then I decided, okay, well, let me go ahead and write the artwork briefs for the 4 pieces I want to have commissioned. And I thought, and I like to give him the excerpt. I did that with the other pieces. He's done artwork for me. I give him the excerpt so he can kind of draw from that whatever he wants to put into the image. And I thought, okay, let me go get an excerpt. And the first excerpt I went to, I was like, okay, but I haven't done any of the revisions from my 2 editors. Let me go see what they said, see if I need to change this any. And so I kind of looked through it and figured out if I need to change anything. And there's nothing like major is going to change, but like the writing. And I know he's not like going to be judging me on my writing. At least I don't know. He would be, but I was like, I want to give the best writing possible. So did that. And then I just started writing up the artwork brief for that first excerpt, which I absolutely love this one. I don't know if I talked about it. I feel like I might have talked about it, but so that part of this story takes place in the Molester Woods, where there are combinations of creatures there, a la Avatar, The Last Airbender. I really love that show. So that was definitely an inspiration. And there are several scorpion turtles that attack the group that Zane is leading with Nira, and her. She's in charge of the mission from her order. And Zane is disguised. They don't know that he is Zane. But then they get attacked by these turtle scorpions, which is a really, really cool scene in the book. I love that scene. And there's especially one where she's on top of one of the turtle scorpions, and they're huge. They're really big. And she's alone fighting that one while everybody else is like trying to fight the other 2 or 3 that are showing up. And she ends up taking it out. So I thought it was really cool. It's like a moment of like triumph, I think, in her mind, because there's been a lot of stuff trying to break her down up to that point. And she starts off the story really strong. But it's just a moment for her to remember, I don't have magic. Everybody else here has magic. And yet I could take one of these down by myself. She doesn't quite think she doesn't think those words, but it's kind of like the idea behind of how she's feeling. So yeah, anyways, see where we left off. Nope, that's not where I left off. Did I not write it or mark it? Here it is. Okay, so JL had come in right as we went on that first sprint. Good morning, everyone, trying to work on the book outside before the sun turns the backyard into scorched earth. I think we're possibly having rain today. We've been like off and on rain for the last few days, so but that's okay. I don't like the scorched earth. How's everyone doing this morning? And say hello to JL and hi from Andy to JL. Hey, waving. This is the part of the day where I pray the coffee kicks in quickly and the dogs will by some miracle settle down enough that I can focus, please. The thing about having 2 dogs, it's like tag team. First, one of them will be driving me crazy. Then they finally get tired of their own shenanigans and settle down. That's when the other one starts up. I have to say that because I have 2 cats that are brothers, and they kind of do the same thing. Like if I have them here in the room, so it's not like they get all rowdy, probably like dogs, right? But one will decide, hey, I want to be pet, and then want to be in my lap right here, and I'm petting, and I'm like, obviously, if I'm petting, I may have one hand to do something, which just is okay if I'm dictating, but I'm not always dictating as much as I'd love to, because when I'm dictating, I'm brainstorming or drafting. But that's not been the majority of my year so far. But so it's like, okay, pet. I'm like, are you done yet? Because I want to get back to working. And then he'll leave. And then the brother is up in my lap on the next instant. Like I might have like 2 or 3 minutes to myself, and the next one's up. And by the time I'm done, I've already finished like 20 or 30 minutes of time or wasted petting them because they want attention. But yeah, I get it. We love our animals. It's like they're saying to each other, don't worry, as soon as you get tired, I'll take over. That's funny. And then Inka stopped in. Hello, how's it going? Hope all is well. Hi, Inka. Hello, Inka. from Andy and JL. And Beth Ann, hello, good morning. Hope all is well with you. Are you working? You're probably working, but are you working on anything today? And then, hey to Beth Ann. And then Mars, I'm here. I sent the husband off to work, took my meds, acquired coffee made by the husband, and took the pup outside. And Squealy made it back. I missed y'all. I loved your message at the beginning, Barb. It was so sweet what you wrote. I don't know if it could still be seen, but yeah, I just stopped in, said she missed everybody here and was having a doctor appointment today, so might miss everyone again today. All right, get back to where I left off. If I can find it. Hopefully your appointment went well. Hey, Barb from Mars. So far, not fully awake yet. I wrote 100-ish words and made it to 42,000 words in my novel. Nice. We were just talking about novel lengths earlier. That was at the beginning of the stream when it was just myself and Laura and Andy. And I was talking about my novella that I started yesterday. And Laura's like, well, how long do you think the novella will be? And I was like, well, it looks like what I have on paper, it's going to be close to like 38,000 words, but it's probably going to be more, probably. And I was like, if it hits 50,000, then I'm just going to call it a novel. And I don't remember what she said, but something about writing long or whatever. And I asked her what her novels were. And she's like, around 50,000 words. So you almost have the full amount for a novel, but I know that are you past the halfway point? I think you are past the halfway point. That's what I remember. Another writing journey. Eva, hello. Does anyone else refresh the ads until one that doesn't block the chat comes up? Just me? No, I've done it too. I have actually like clicked off and went somewhere else. Like if I have several videos pulled up that I want to watch and I get an ad that I can't, skip through, I just put it on hold and I go watch another one. And then I come back. It's usually later when I come back to that video, the screen itself refreshes. And oftentimes I will not get an ad that time. So they say that the algorithm learns the viewer behavior, and if they're more likely to like leave a video or whatever, they'll give them more skippable ads earlier or something. I don't know if it's true. It's just what I've heard. And then morning says Eva Tyrion, mushroom tea is ugh. I'm sorry you got that. I'm not a big one for tea. I like some teas, but mushroom is disgusting. That's probably just a me thing, though. Morning to Eva from Mars. Only got a couple hundred words written. I'm going through my coffee super fast. Another weird morning for me. Oh, well, I suppose. I feel like I'm going through mine fast, too. Yeah. I have a recurring back pain that I'm nursing today. Old age is weird. I think I'll request an MRI, but I mostly just listen to music and avoid moving with it. That one, LOL. I mostly just listened to music and avoided moving with it. That one. That just reminded me I had to get this. I have like this new, it's like I don't know if you guys know what a TENS unit is. I had one when I was in the military because my shoulder that I messed up while I was in, and they were trying to, do everything they could to fix it so I could stay in the military. But, so now they've got one where you can flip between the TENS unit or the EMS. And so TENS is basically you're shocking yourself, but it's relief for pain. And the EMS, it actually, I couldn't tell you medically what it does, like the terms and how it does it. But essentially, it builds muscle where you have no muscle. And from my latest MRI scan, around the base of my spine on the right-hand side, I have no more muscle left. Like she showed me the scans from this year versus 2020 when I first saw my pain management doctor, and there was muscle there before, and then I lost it. So this machine is like building that muscle, and this is like muscle that's deep inside that's hard to isolate. Although my trainer, he did his internship with physical therapy, so he knows a lot about working with injuries and whatnot. And the exercises he's having me doing is trying to target those muscles, which is really, really hard. And I finally feel it. I've been doing it for a couple weeks, and I have to do it every day. I'm supposed to do it twice a day, but I usually forget the second time. There's some days I do get the second time in using the machine. But like already I'm feeling it, and it's so much better. Yeah. And I'm not in as much pain. And then I do have my pain management appointment for a lower back injection on July 6th. So yeah, by the end of July, I'm going to feel great because it takes a couple weeks for that injection to take effect. Had a big bowl of fruit and yogurt, then worked on a reader magnet. Exciting. I love reader magnets. Like, this is my year for reader magnets. I've not been really good at writing reader magnets in the past. Mushroom tea sounds intriguing and weird, right? Agreed, Laura. The commercials are adorable. Oh, nice work, Mars, says Eva. I believe that with I believe that with the catering, add length to viewer habits. I don't often get ads. I can't skip because I'll leave and forget all about the thing. Yeah, that's funny. I think I got to the end of the comments. I did got to the end of the comments. So talking about July, I think I'm going to take that week off in July. July 6th is a Monday, so I was going to already have to cancel my sprints on Monday for my injection. Because they do have to this is twilight drug. So I don't like go under, but I don't remember anything. I do come out of it pretty quick, but I'm kind of, just tired for the rest of the day afterward. So I was already going to take off. I was not going to do any sprints that day. So I think I'm going to take off that whole week because I have not scheduled any other time off. I told myself like a couple years ago that I would try to take 8 weeks off in the year, and the highest I've gotten is 7 weeks. And this year I feel like it's going to be even less because typically after the AWC happens at the end of June, I take 2 weeks off in July. And now that the AWC is not happening in June, I'm like, okay, it's in November. It's the first week of November. But I doubt I'm going to take a week off or like even a week off after that because I go on my month-long vacation the middle of December through the middle of January. So I feel like that's too close together to take that much time off. So if I get 1 week off in July, now I'll be short another week. So yeah, I'll be like, well, I took 2 weeks off at the beginning of this year because I usually take off to mid-January, and I'll take off 2 weeks at the end of the year, starting mid-December. So that's 4 weeks. And if I take this 1 week, that's 5 weeks. And that's 2 weeks shorter than the last couple of years where I was already 1 week shorter than what I thought I should take off. But I have a lot happening this year, so I don't know if I can really afford to take all of that off. I was supposed to take another time off in the second quarter. What quarter are we in? We're in second quarter right now, right? But we're going to be in January through March, April, May, June. Yeah, we're in the second quarter, and that means I'm going to miss the second quarter taking any time off. So third quarter, 1 week, and then fourth quarter will be 2 weeks. So we'll see. I'll see where my mental health is at and my motivation levels at the end of the year. And if I really needed those 2 weeks that I've missed this year, then I'll try and get them in for sure next year. A whole week. Yeah, it's just a week though. It's just 1 week. Take so much time off. You're doing a ton of work and you're the boss. Oh, thank you, Eva. I know the first few days I'm probably just going to sleep and read a lot because that's what I usually do. I take time off. And then by like day 3 or day 4, I'm like, I start getting like all this creative energy. Not that I don't have it through the rest of the year, but my mind is so much at rest that it just comes to the forefront much sooner and stronger. And I get the bug to write. And I usually try to hold off for like a day because I'm like, Shanon, you're on vacation. I'm like, then I tell myself, but writing's not a job. Writing is what I love to do. It's part of what I am and who I am and what makes me feel good. And then so I end up writing before the end of the vacation time. When my husband first got his job, he's got it in Denver and it came with a huge pay jump. But they only offer 2 weeks time off. And I was like, you can ask for 4. They settled at 3. Well, at least he gets the 3. And when I was in the military, you gained 2.5 days every month you were in the military. And I think that roughly came out to 30 days a year. So it was roughly a month that you could take off. And of course you had to take it off. Like they would push you to take it off because at the fiscal year, you would lose all those days. And that was always in October. I don't know if it's the same, but so you always want to try and take your month off somewhere. I'm used to taking that time off. Usually I would take it off at one big chunk. So yeah. Since then, it's way different. And time off, family time is the value of his employer. Amazing. But like time off is worth so much. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a really good mental reset. At this point, he can set his own hours, but they were so amazing during his stroke and recovery and my cancer stuff. 2025 gave them a dozen reasons to let him go, and they did. Oh, that sounds like a great company to stick with. Yeah. My husband's like ready to retire. I'm like, you can. And so we have to sit down and look at all the books and everything because we talked about it when we first moved here to Florida. He went to go work for CVS as a manager and decided he really didn't like it. So he quit the job. And we looked at the finances and we're like, well, neither one of us needs to bring in any income, but we don't have enough money to do anything outside of paying our bills. Like there's like not going, we can't go to movies. We can't take a family vacation unless we really, save and try to cut back on a few things. And I think we're in a better place now than we were then because that was 2019. Yeah. So he's talking about it again. He says, I'm gonna retire when Julian finishes high school. And then he's like, I'm gonna retire here soon. I'm like, well, before you retire soon, let's sit down and have a plan. Because, I don't think the things will be as tight monetarily as they were 5-6 years ago, but we need to see what we have and see if and he's talking about now getting another car. I'm like, no. I was like, if you get another car, you're not retiring right now. So I was like, we can't do that. But he has a truck. He's always wanted a truck. Always, always, always wanted a truck. So he's finally got the truck of his dreams. It was really expensive. And we're still making payments on it. And now he doesn't like all the mileage he's putting on it. So now he wants to get a car so he can save the truck. And I'm like, we can't do that if you want to retire. Because, yeah. Julian's therapy does take a lot of money too. We had to do a copay, which is like a car payment a month. That reminds me, they asked for a review for LinkedIn. And I was like, oh, I got that. I'll make myself cry while writing it. LOL. A review for LinkedIn. So like the company that your husband works for asked for a review on LinkedIn. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, congrats to him on the truck. Yeah. He was happy. He's had it for a couple years now. I'm trying to think of when we actually got it. I think he's had it for almost 3 years, but he's hit 80,000 miles on it because part of his job, he works for a combined county, what is it called? Nonprofit organization between our county and the county that's close to us. And it's an organization that helps people find jobs and helps employers get connected to the people who are trying to find jobs. So they work with employers on one hand, where they go around to all these businesses in the 2 different counties and talk to businesses to find out who do they need, what kind of labor do they need, and then set them up on their systems. So then people who come into their offices can then see what's available in their area and apply for jobs. And he's part of kind of like the outreach where he will go to all these businesses all over the place and talk to them. I think he likes that part. He's very social. So I think he loves that part. I don't think he has to do it anymore, but he still does it because he loves it. But he doesn't like all the mileage. He's putting on his truck now. So yeah, the company has requested employees to send in some reviews. They just set themselves up on LinkedIn. It's a small company, but a government contractor. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've always heard government contract work was really great. I heard that while I was in the military, and a lot of people would get out and try to get a government contractor job. But for my MOS, there really wasn't contracted work. So it wasn't anything I could ever really do. And I did work as a civilian for the Marine Corps around Hawaii, and there were 2 contractors there, and I used to talk to them all the time. And yeah, they had sweet benefits. They had better, okay, I was a civilian working for the Marine Corps. When the military, when there's like Memorial Day and then all these other little holidays, and some of them are not, not all of them are pushed by the government or whatever. I'm trying to remember what they were called, but I can't recall it. But like all these holidays, the Marines would be off, right? So they'd have 3-day and 4-day weekends almost every month. And I remember that when I was in the military, we had that as well. And then the contractors also got those days off and got paid. But me, I was the only civilian on that floor, and it was a huge building. We were on the very top, the 3rd floor. I was the only civilian on that floor. And so those days that were not government backed or whatever that's called, I can't remember what it's called. I had to be there in the office by myself doing nothing basically because my job was interacting with everybody. And so I would just go down to the other floors and find the other civilians and talk to them. But the contractors got paid for that day. I could take the day off, but it was going to be out of my leave or not get paid. So yeah, definitely sweet. It's likely growing. He used to hope and wish for a government position instead of a contract one. Oh, really? I mean, he'd be out of work if that wish had been granted, right? Mm-hmm. Pension retirement is better as a govy. He doesn't have any of that, just a 401k. I mean, I had when I worked for a civilian, it was a TSP, which is similar to a 401k, but I mean, definitely set up differently. So I have a TSP that I contributed to during that time. I guess it is better because that was like when I was in the military, because they would match whatever you put into your TSP up to a certain percentage. And I don't remember what that percentage is anymore. I think it had gotten as high as 30% by the time I left. But I know when I first started, you could only do 10% of your base pay. And then that's what they would match. So, and base pay, of course, includes your BAH, your BAS, or any hazardous duty pay or deployment pay or any of that kind of stuff. So sometimes that, like my base pay was like less than my BAH in some areas. But yeah, okay. And let's go ahead and do another sprint. Find the right button. 1 hour on the clock. If you have to leave out, thanks so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get going on the next hour. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, it's time on that sprint. How did you do? I went through and I picked out the excerpt that I wanted from A Curse of Spikes and Smoke that I'm going to send to the artist for this specific scene. And I thought, you know what? Before I sent it to him, I want to fix it. I mentioned that in the last break. So I went through both my editor's feedback and fixed just that excerpt that I was going to send. And then I worked on the cover brief. Now, when I worked on the excerpt, I did edit. So it was like 20 minutes of editing, and I added 92 words. I also deleted a lot of words. But then I wrote I said cover excerpt again, whatever, or the cover brief. I don't know what I said. But anyways, the artwork brief, that was several pages long, but I'm not counting those words toward like my mill-wordy goal. So, because I want those to be the creative words. So several pages of the document I typed up with all the stuff that I think would be important for the cover brief, added in the excerpt, saved as a PDF file. So that's ready. And then I was just going into the second scene that I want a piece of artwork from, the excerpt, and I was just applying the first editor's notes to that, and I hadn't actually done any adding of words yet. So nothing from it, but hopefully I should be able to get that done and maybe get the third one done on the next sprint. I thought I'd get all this stuff done like in one sprint. Oh, I didn't think I was going to be doing the artwork briefs. And then I realized I probably should have the artwork briefs done to give to the artist. So, all right, let's see where we left off. We were talking about pension retirement plans, kind of looking at the difference between like the contractors and the government contractors and those who work as a civilian for the government, a GS position. I'm trying to remember what that stands for. I don't remember what it stands for. But then talk about, then Eva said that his job matches up to 15%, I think, of the retirement. Our insurance is also incredible. Our privilege is steep in some areas. Yeah. I mean, some parts of the government and those agencies that work for the government are good. Other ones are not so much. Eva says, started a new book. One of Us is Lying by Karen M. McManus. It's a young adult thriller, and it's compared to The Breakfast Club. I'm only a couple chapters in, and yes, very Breakfast Club vibes. Nice. I don't think I could read it being thriller, but yeah. I had I don't know if I talked about it here. I feel like I have, but maybe I talked to other people and I just don't remember who I said it to. So I've had an idea since 2013 for like a thriller, not quite thriller. I guess it's more horror, sci-fi horror story. And I'm like, I can't ever write it and publish it under my name because it's nothing at all like anything I write. There is a couple, a relationship. They're already married, but it's definitely not a romance. So yeah, it doesn't compare to anything. And I've had this in my mind for a long time. And I know what spurred it on a few weeks ago, because it was kind of a similar mind frame I had back in 2013 when I first thought of this. I should think it was 2012 because I was still pregnant and I had my kiddo in March of 2013. So it was probably 2012 when I first came up with the idea. And yeah. So anyways, I reached, Dale is moving into sci-fi horror. It's what he's going to watch. I reached out to him like, I don't know, back then a few weeks ago. I was like, hey, by the way, one day I'd like to talk to you about possibly if you want to write this story. And so I don't care if my name's on it at all because I really don't want people to find me through it. But I really want this story to go out in the world. It just doesn't make sense to put it underneath my name, and I'm not going to ever go into writing sci-fi horror. And he was like, yeah, I'm really busy right now, so get back to me later. I was like, yep, I figured you were busy. I just want to bring it up, so when I bring it up later, you remember. Because I know me, I would forget. But I don't know. Maybe one day that story will see the light of day. I don't know. But I guess it's not really a thriller. It's more sci-fi or horror. There's a difference. Not quite sure what the difference is, but I'm pretty sure there's a difference between horror and thriller, which is great. I'm enjoying it. That's good that you're enjoying it because the Breakfast Club vibes. I don't think I've not ever seen the movie or read the book, but I feel like I've seen enough clips of the movie. People have talked about it enough that like if I ever went to go watch it, I would know it. Like I was like, oh, this is what that scene is. Pretty Little Liars meets The Breakfast Club is a quote in it. Okay. Now I did see some of Pretty Little Liars like years and years ago. I don't think I ever made it to the end of the series though. Or review quote at the front. Not a quote of the book itself. English is hard for me as my first and only language. It's okay. Words are hard. I fed the pup, says Mars, took him outside. I ate a protein bar, started a load of laundry, made the bed. I need to switch the laundry soon. I still have about 20-ish minutes before the chatty break. Okay, so it's 10:20. Oh, that was like 20 minutes. And brought the trash cans up from the curb, except the recycling because it hasn't been picked up yet. And my brain is talking me out of a 6.2 miles. Is that running? Yay, agoraphobia. Not. I mean, I've always told my husband, I said, if we were rich, I would be really weird. Cause I wouldn't want to go outside. I'd be one of those people who stay inside and don't go anywhere. And, and I always said, we're too poor to be, and we're not poor now, but we have been poor. So I'm too poor to be a germaphobe, but if I was rich, I'd be a germaphobe. But so there you go. Yeah. Annie says off for a bit. We'll pop back on later. That was like 20 minutes ago. So thanks so much for being here, Annie. I'm sorry I missed you leaving out. My 166 or maybe 20 ounce travel mug of coffee is nearly empty. Is that 16.6 ounces? Because I think 166 ounces would be a lot, right? But I don't feel like making more. No, I want more coffee. I'm thinking the same thing. I want more coffee. I finished my second cup. I'm ready for some more. Oh, you did. You corrected it. 16 or 20 ounce. Oh, okay. So it's not 16.6. It was 16 ounce. Oops, typo. Yeah, I was like, wow, that's a lot. I was about to say, see, yeah, 116 ounces of coffee would put me in a coma. And morning all. Hi, Gwenda. How's it going? Hope all is well with you. Morning routine complete. Eating breakfast now. And then a nice morning shower before I start my day. Sounds like a good way to start. Morning, says Mars. LOL. Eva, I try. Try not to drink that much. I love the Breakfast Club. LOL. I've never seen it, but it does look interesting. Eva, okay, I need to read that book. The thriller? I don't know if I could do thriller. Thriller is more of an action subgenre. Horror is more of a literary subgenre. Oh, okay. According to the people who write craft books, at least. Huh. Yeah, I guess so. Horror, because that could be psychological, right? I don't know what mine would be called. Body horror, but probably not body horror at the beginning. You wouldn't know it's body horror until the very end. My idea. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe one day it'll be out, but I don't think it would be my name on it. I'm not really worried about. I just want to get the story out there one day because I think it's a good story. So, but yeah, it's not. I do want to write sci-fi one day. I've always wanted to. I've got another story, but again, it's not a romance. But there's a romance in it. It just ends bittersweet, so it's not a romance. That I wrote I actually wrote that sci-fi story years ago. I did it during my master's program, and it's like 20,000 some words. But I thought, can I take that story and make it into a love story, and then I have a sci-fi romance? Because if I was ever to branch into another area of writing, it would have to be sci-fi romance for me. Like that's of interest. Sci-fi is of interest, and I think the romance is also interesting. And I've been consuming sci-fi romance for a couple of years, and I enjoy a lot of the stories. So, yeah. Okay. Eva, I put that book on hold on my Libby account. Can't wait till it's ready. I saw a headline. I didn't read it, but it said something about how Libby's making a bunch of ebooks free and how that's going to destroy libraries. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. It's probably just someone taking it too far, possibly. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Oh, almost missed a break. That's okay. You're here. I got a brunch, made it for the kiddo, and I mostly fruit and some toast. Yeah, I keep looking at the time because it's like 10:47, so I'm kind of hungry. But my kid said he's not hungry right now, so I think after this sprint, the next sprint, I'll make some food for us. But I'm hungry. But I'll wait. I'll get as much done as I can with these character artwork briefs. I guess it's character artwork. The first one is Nira. The second one's Nira and Zane. The last one's Nira and Zane. I don't remember what my third one is because I have 4 altogether. What was the fourth one or the third one? Oh, it's Nira and Vampire. And Vampire is the first of her kind, which is like the vampire in my world. She's not an antagonist, but she's antagonistic. So, Mars, I send you this copy when I'm done, but I am the worst with sending mail, so it'll probably be 18 years. Oh, well. I went to Barnes & Noble and bought like 5 new books. It's always nice buying new books. I was just thinking about that sending, right? I thought I was going to do the Fated Adventures. I was talking about that earlier when we first started the stream. And it's part of the Fated Adventures, which was the mailing the packets of the story and online portions of the story. And I got all this stuff as part of mailing these packets, like character artwork cards and the map of Nithral. And there's just so much there that all these things I got done. And I'm like, now I've got all this stuff. And I decided not to do Fated Adventures because I decided that sending things through the mail was going to take a lot of time. And I really don't like to send things through the mail to begin with. And I was like, I would rather be writing. But I was like, what can I do with all this stuff? And I've been thinking about this off and on, actually, for the last couple of weeks. I was like, well, maybe because I'm going to take that story and I'm going to put it all together and make a trilogy out of it. And the story's all written. It's just 4 different points of view, 4 different characters. And I'll decide, well, whose viewpoint does better in each scene. Now, each of the characters do have some of their own scenes. They each have their own romance. So it's going to be an interesting trilogy to write. And I've done a lot of brainstorming on how to write it all. And I've written out like an outline, a reverse outline for each of the 4 books. Each one is roughly 50 to 60,000 words long is what each of them are with all their parts of the story. So I thought I could probably get 3 books out of it. And I thought, well, what if I put in there like, you know, like how you have lead magnets or reader magnets, but this one could actually be stuff sent in the mail. So like if someone makes it to the end of the trilogy, I don't know. Or if maybe not, maybe at the end of the first book, I'd be like, join the newsletter list here and get mailed a card or character card or something. I don't know. I've been going back and forth on different things to do with those things because it's still going to cost money to send it out. And I'm not like making a lot of money, right? People are not paying me directly for it, but it's like, what am I going to do with these things? I got them. I should do something with them. I don't know what to do. 2 of them have sprayed edges even. This is the only one that isn't middle grade. God, I'm craving a book haul. Someone hide my TBR. I don't want to look at the money I've spent already. Or I've already spent. Yeah. I do most of my books now are ebooks. There's a few books I buy in person, physical. I have there's one of the first fantasy romance authors I came across when I was starting to like actually look specifically for fantasy romance. I love all of her stories. I've been a beta reader for her since her second book, and she's now got 5 books out, I think. I've got all of her physical books. And then Nina K. Restra is her name. And then, of course, I have all of Ben's. And I want all of Morgan's when she gets her 3rd book done for her trilogy. And her covers are so pretty. And so, and I have a few books here and there from author tubers, but it's been a minute since I bought anything other than my own books. I don't know what I did with my own books. I just got 3 books in the mail. I got the Florist Budding Desire, Wildfire and the Sun Prince, and Starling the Moonblade. But I don't know what I did with them. I'm looking around my room and I don't see where they could possibly be. So I did something with them. But yeah, it's been a minute since I've bought like anything else. When I do typically buy books, it's in support of an author of some sort, usually. Gwenna, we're rescuing them, says Eva. Their fate is no good if we don't bring them home. I mean, that's a great way of looking at it, right? Do I do a workout or right or clean? Do you have a die? Do you have dice? Like if you have what's the singular of dice? Is it just dice? Die. I don't know. Like assign a number. Like how you have like the wheel that you put stuff on, you can like turn the wheel and you figure out which one you want to do. So assign like number 1 is working out. Number 2 is writing. Number 3 is clean. Number 4 is working out. Number 5 is writing. And number 6 is clean. And roll your die and see what you come up with. Workout would just be strength training, not running. Maybe go tomorrow. Write, clean, write. Workout, write, play, write. Don't go losing your own books now. I know, right? I actually came up with this great idea. Can I remember it? So, like Wreck-It Ralph, right? I was like, I have this great idea for a live stream that would happen like all day. But I was like, I'm not going to do it. But Wreck-It Writing Sprints, where Rec, WRECK, stands for write, rest, eat, clean. No, the first E was exercise. K was for kitchen, which is eat. So there you go. Write, exercise, not write, rest, or read. Exercise, clean, kitchen. So the whole day would be Wreck-It sprints. But I was like, I'm not going to spend like 4 sprints doing something that's not writing, like maybe 1 or 2. So, die is a singular of dice. Oh, okay. It just felt weird to say it. Die is a singular word. Comet seemed so dark. Yes, it does. But yeah. Anyways, maybe one day I'll do Wreck-It sprints. I don't know. I don't even know if I can say Wreck-It sprints. Maybe wrecking sprints. I don't know. My entire life is done in sprints. Well, that's a good idea for productivity sprint, right? Except for I don't think I could actually make myself go rest or read and then exercise and then clean and then do the kitchen and spend 4 hours doing that before I get back to writing. So, hello, Nia. Hello, Nia. Like I just said that one word. Hello, Nia. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing fine. I don't know if you are working on anything today. Not working, not writing focused, of course, but fun to follow along with. Right. Yeah, it would be fun to follow along with that. I think one day maybe I'll do it whenever I don't feel stressed with a bunch of things. Are you streaming tonight, says Eva? Sounds like my life. I just cycle through all of those. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's kind of what, Eva is like, my entire life is done in sprints. And I kind of do that to myself. I'm like, okay, now it's clean time, but I'm just going to clean for an hour and then move on to something else. But I don't usually have to like time myself because I naturally move on to something else. I don't know why. I just get distracted and then I move on to something else. So like sitting down and having time for writing is like works really well for me. I mean, I like to, once I get into writing, that's like the only thing I don't move away from is writing. Like I have to force myself to move away from it. So everything else I move away from. Okay, let's go ahead and get another sprint going. 1 hour on the clock. I feel like I missed saying something. I don't know what I missed. I feel like it was with Nia coming in. And I said, I don't know what you're working on. What are you working on? I think that's what I was supposed to say. What are you working on today? I was like, what did I feel like I missed? My brain just like jumps all over the place sometimes. Okay. 1 hour on the clock if you have to leave out. Thanks so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started on the next 1 hour in 3, 2, 1, and go back. All right, it's time on the sprint. How did you do? I finished up. What am I doing? I'm still doing artwork briefs. I think I'm on the second one. Yeah, I'm on the second artwork brief. I just finished typing it all up. I first started with going through the excerpt that I was going to pull out to give to the artist and cleaned it up based off of my 2 editors' notes. That was like 38 minutes and 20 words added. And then I wrote up the cover brief, and now I'm reading all the way through, and I'm about 75% through the cover brief, the artwork brief. And I think everything looks good, but I'm going to finish reading to the end and then make it into a PDF as a file that I can give to the artist for the second scene. Then I'll start on the third scene, but I don't know if I'll get it going because I'm going to make lunch on the next sprint for the kiddo who's here at home. Okay, see where I left off. I got the hiccups. I'm hungry. Mar says, also forgot I started the dishwasher. So that was right after we went on the last sprint. Inca says, need to head out. Thanks, Shannon. Well, thanks for being here, Inca. It's nice to see you. I got the hiccups. I stepped away for a meeting, but I'm back. It's so nice outside, and trying to focus on work is hard. Yeah, it is hard when it's nice outside. Not so bad when it's not nice outside. Just for anyone who might not know, I get the hiccups when I'm hungry. I usually eat around 10:30, but I've held off so I can make dinner or make breakfast. Yes, one of those meals for my kiddo, and I would eat at the same time, and then my hiccups will go away. This hour went really quick. I felt it did too. We're under a heat advisory with the heat index climbing up to 108 today. We had a heat advisory on Sunday. What are we today? Have I been outside? Oh, yeah, I went to the gym. It was hot even then, and that was like early morning. The sun was just coming up. It is 86 degrees. No heat advisory. Yay. Humidity is 65%. We're going to get up to the 90s by the weekend. 93. It's too hot. 108 is way too hot. I'm next to rivers, so that's pretty dang hot for June. Do you get any humidity with being close to rivers? Just curious. I never even thought about that. Gonna go get the water park passes today, I think. LOL. It's a good day to do it with it being hot. Wow, that's super hot. Yikes. Yeah. And JC came in. Hey, how's it going? Having a good day. Yes. Hello, everyone. And Moons, hello. Hi, y'all. Got a little writing done, but I have work in a few hours on my new job. Thank you for hosting. Thanks for being here. So hopefully you have a good day at your job, and hopefully you got some good writing in. You got a little bit in. Hopefully it was good. Hello, macaroon. I'm trying to think of what that might say. Macaroni magpie. Okay, macaroni magpie. I think that's what it is. Hello, I'm hopping in to join the next sprint. Well, welcome. Welcome to the channel. Are you a reader, writer, student? We have all kinds of people here. Our temps aren't quite to 90 today. That's good. But yeah, lots of humidity. Okay, I always wondered, like if you're next to rivers, I'm assuming you would have humidity. I know on the coast you do. Hey, JC from Eva. Hey, Eva from JC. Yeah, weather has been miserable here. Just too hot, humid. Oh, yeah. I have been in really hot weather that was dry, and that's like some of the best weather to have if you have to be hot. I wouldn't have wanted it, but I was deployed out to the desert, and we would get up to close out. We were hotter actually than our counterparts who were up in Iraq. I was in Kuwait. We would get up to between 120 and 140 every day, but it was a dry heat. It was still hot, especially because for part of that, I worked in the talk that was a tent where the air conditioner went out. So it was so hot. I was burning, like sweating so much then. And then at night, it would be like around 80 degrees, which you think would be warm and nice, but we were all freezing all the time because we were so used to that high weather. You start getting used to certain temperatures if you've been in it long enough. And the 80 degrees would feel very cold. And then when I came back from the deployment, I was like freezing for months on end. It took a really long time for my body to get acclimated back to the weather here. And I was in Washington State, which is kind of cooler. So it was really cold. I'm working on editing a reel for Facebook. I'm doing a micropayment thing, but I changed it up and made an entire game using a wheel and dice things. We were just talking about the wheel and dice. So yeah, writer says macaroni magpie. Awesome. Well, welcome. Um, Also writer here, reader too, but usually I'm doing writing stuff. Right now, I'm trying to get artwork briefs put together to give to my artists for my book that I finished that I'm hoping to do a Kickstarter on at the end of the year. So writing briefs is not creative writing, but I am reading through my writing and applying because I got my notes back from my editors over the last 2 weeks, and I haven't actually touched my novel yet with the editor notes. So I'm like going through and applying those, but yeah. And I write fantasy romance or romantasy. Today's video is the first one that shows how the game works. It's mostly just chance, but I don't know. Gamifying my life, lol. See, that's what I said. I gamify my writing. And by gamifying my writing, that's really helped me to like stay on track with my goals. And also, since I've been doing it for a few years now, I can see what is normal for me. Like, what do I normally do when I'm writing or I'm brainstorming or drafting or brainstorming, revising or editing? How long does that usually take me and that kind of stuff. So I think gamifying is cool. I like it. My AC is set to 66, so is mine. And everyone is so cold. Yeah, everyone always freezes in my house, but hot flashes make life miserable. I'm right there with you for everyone. So this is just how we live. Yeah. Every now and then it's like a conversation my husband and I have, and he is like, it's really cold. You think we take it up? And if, I do try to take it up on days where maybe I feel okay. But I'm like, would you rather me be comfortable or me be upset because I'm burning up and I can't stop burning up? Because I don't know if it's true for everybody else, but when she gets so hot, it's like your patience is very thin. It's hard to think straight when you're really, really hot, and it's just yeah. Anyways, I should go back to the desert. Maybe I might regulate my temperature for a little while. Okay, got to the end of the comments. Gonna head into another sprint here. Right, 0 patience while I'm hot. Yeah, yes. Okay, so it's not just me. Even with myself, it's no fun. Yes, I do. I'm not one to really curse, but there's been a few curse words that have slipped when I've been really, really hot. So, alrighty. Find the tab here. If you had to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else who is still here, we'll be doing another 1 hour long sprint. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? How come I keep getting like shorter and shorter on the screen here? Oh, there we go. Yeah. So I went out, or I finished up the second cover artwork brief and got that off or changed into a PDF. Sorry, I shut off my text to speech program. Forgot that was on. Okay. And then I started brainstorming like the I had brainstormed what I want to do for the third artwork piece, brainstorming what I will write up in the artwork brief. And I just found the section selection in the book that I want to use as an excerpt. Boy, my concentration's all over today. Yeah, and then because I'm going to be putting that into the cover or the artwork brief, I want to make sure that it's the best it can be. So I just started looking at my editor's notes and got to the point where I was like, okay, here is something I need to fix. I need to add one word. Went to go see how much time was left on the sprint so I could write down my time. And there was like 1 minute and 4 seconds left. So I went ahead and added the 2 words. It was 2 words I added. Yeah, it was 2 words. She had suggested 1 word. I ended up adding 2 words. And I took out a couple other words. Hers was just add a word. Mine was add 2 words and take out 2 words. So yeah, so 2 words added in 1 minute. So I should be able to get this finished up, this third artwork brief on the next one. Oh, and in between all that, I did also look to see if my artist had emailed me back because I had sent off a quick note to him this morning to see like, hey, because he already said he was interested in doing it and asked if I had any reference material. And then that was it. I didn't hear anything back. And I was like, well, okay, he's interested, but I kind of want a timeline because I want to know if it's going to be done in time for my Kickstarter. What do I need to do? So I reached back out to him this morning and he wrote back and he said that he was working on a big project right now, but he'd be able to get stuff done before the Kickstarter. So, and he told me go ahead and send the reference material. So as soon as I finish all these artwork briefs, then I'll send them off to him. See how you guys did. Mara says, I missed the chatty bits. I was working out, and so I did a minimum of 45-minute workout. Well, at least you got the workout in, but it felt nice. And then Andy's like, don't miss the chatty bits. Don't. It's all right. My internet's really struggling today, so I'm going to close this window. Happy productivity, everyone. No worries, Beth Ann. I totally understand. That happens to me occasionally, where I can tell my computer's like lagging so bad, and I just start shutting stuff down. JC also left out to go to physical therapy. Have a great day. Thank you so much. And saying have a wonderful day to everyone. And then Morgan came in like 2 minutes later. It's a hello. How are you doing, Morgan? I'm having fun picking out parts of the story, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke, for artwork. I decided the first one was going to be when Nira's on top of the turtle scorpion and she's fighting it. And then the second one is her and Zane when they have their first fight in the room at the masquerade ball. And then the third one is her with Vampire, Nira with Vampire. And then I'm not going to say the last one because that one's going to be like a not safe for work type thing. And that's going to be your stretch goal. So I don't know if it's actually going to happen, but this will be the first time I ever get something like that because I've always got safe for work stuff. But yeah, I figure it's time to dip my toes into something else. Ooh, I didn't keep track of my exact starting word count, but I added about 800 words. Nice. I don't know, like, how do you usually keep track of your, if you have a method for keeping track of your words? I always highlight, and I usually use yellow highlight. Like on the last word I wrote, I'll yellow highlight it. So then when I add the next sprint, I know where I stopped, which that threw me off today because I was in my main story, my main book, and I was trying to fix the scene that I was going to use for the artwork brief. But then I got interrupted. Something else happened. And then I came back to it and I went to edit it. And then I saw the yellow highlight and I was like, what's this yellow highlight? This was like such a long time ago that I drafted these words. This should not have been left over from a sprint. And I was like, oh, Dashiana, this is where you wanted to start to pull the excerpt out to give to the artist. But it took me a minute to remember because I used the same color highlight. So I'm like, okay, Shannon, you have to use a different color highlight next time. So yellow is usually my last word I wrote in a sprint. Blue is usually words that are too close together, so echoes. Green is usually like something's not right here. So I kind of figured out a method with that. I know I think it's Mom Maggie. She uses different colors of the text. So she'll start a sprint out one color of text, and then she'll change the color of the text for the next sprint. And that's how she keeps track of it. I was like, I bet it looks like a rainbow. SD is shrinking on the screen, right? I just felt, I was like, I know that I had more of me in this screenshot before. I don't know how it went down. I mean, I got up and left the desk to go make lunch for my kiddo and me. And, but I don't think I hit the desk or anything. So I was like, what happened? Did we ever find an answer or punchline to umbrellas for rainstorms and X for brainstorms? No idea. Hold on. If we use umbrellas for rainstorms, what can we use for brainstorms? Oh, I do a lot of dictation. Macaroni, magpie. If you didn't know, I dictate a lot. A thoughtbrella. See, told you that AI was going to come up with this just as a stupid idea. A thoughtbrella. Rain. Umbrella. What is Oh, my computer's going slow. Okay. As a depending on its role, could be a verbal filler to express doubt. Yeah, okay, no, never mind. Okay, word suffix. Here we go. Oh, that's a suffix. We need prefix. Prefix is mostly found in German origin words. But it's not telling me. Oh, round, about, repeatedly, or in another way. So umbrella, umbrella. I'm not saying that's the exact breakdown, but if we're going to use brella as part of whatever we're using for brainstorms, we need to know what the first part is, which is roundabout, repeatedly, in another way. It could possibly be one way to identify it. Yeah, I don't know. Round, repeatedly, another way. Do you like the answer, Andy? Mars says, missed the beginning of the chatty bit, hung out with the pup after my workout. Well, you're still here for it, so you're okay. The color coding system is smart. Yeah. Thoughtbrella sounds very silly, right? I'm trying to think. Brainbrella? I think I would like brainbrella better. But doesn't really mean anything in umbrella. So, I wonder where umbrella came from. Yes, I know what it is. The meaning behind it. Then it's going into the song by Rihanna. Umbrella, Ella. Okay, so this is what I thought. I thought it was more the umbra, but umbra would be UMBRA. And here umbrella is UMBRE. But umbrella literally means little shadow. Now, I don't know if that's true. I'm getting this off the internet. You know, the internet's not always right. But that's what they're saying. That means little shadow. So little shadow. I mean, you could do the same for brainstorm, or I'm trying to see if there's a different. Everything I'm trying to find the breakdown meaning of the umbrella. They're just telling me umbrella is this, a gizmo to protect yourself from the rain. I guess I know what it is. I'm looking for the meaning of the word. So I don't see any other ones. Yeah. Umbrella. Maybe ums and ahs. Umbrella? Oh my God. Genius moment. Possibly LOL. Umbrella. So umbrella almost sounds like acapella. I like it. I think I like that better than thoughtbrella. So, all right. I'm going to be going into another sprint here. For those who weren't here at the beginning, when I mentioned how long I was going, or like what today is about. This is a longer day. I typically go until about 4 or 5 p.m. my time. I'm central. It's about 3 to 4 hours from now. About 3.5 hours. So we at least have 2 more 1 hour long sprints that we can do. I think that'll probably be like the end of my day and get through all of these artwork briefs, which means I won't get any writing in today. At least not during my sprints. So I think Nia is probably sprinting tonight. But I don't know how I'm going to feel by then. I have a lot more energy during the day than at nighttime. Okay, if you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another hour on the clock in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that is time. How did you do? So I've got all the way through 3 artwork briefs done for my cover designer. I keep wanting to say cover. This is my the artist who's working on this, not my cover designer. So it's like I can't keep it straight today. And yeah, and I remember, oh yeah, he likes to have images too. So whatever images I can pull from the internet to show him like what I'm talking about or whatever. Like I was just doing the one Vampire and Nira, and Vampire, she has wings like an eagle. So even though she's like my version of vampire in my world, she isn't like a vampire. Like they're not made of bats or anything like that. They're just a perversion of whatever their magic was when they were alive. And she was a sun fae, and sun fae have eagle-like wings. Hers were all white, and so in her death, they're all black. And only royalty have all one color wing, where like the other sun fae can have wings that are multicolors, and it doesn't even have to be like the normal colors you would think of. So it could be like purple or green. So, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's so I was pulling together some of the images to put into the artwork briefs, which I hadn't done for the first 2. So I have to go back and do those. Oh, my speech to text program is still on. Shut it off. Okay. Ice cream. Actually, ice cream does sound good. And thanks, I'm off. Thanks for the stream, Esty and Pals. Thanks for being here, Andy. That was about 30 minutes ago. I missed you, but thanks for stopping in several times. It's nice to see you always. Accidentally deleted the final cut of my vlog. Oh, no. Oh, take 2, I guess. So did you decide that that's what you needed to do, was to redo it? I'm trying to think. I remember that there was something oh yes, I do remember it now. I had taped a video, and I didn't have, because I had a separate mic at that time, because I had a different camera. I didn't have this camera, and I did, well, the mic for this camera is no good either. But I had a camera before that was like, it was a camera that was an actual camera that also took video. Like it was a camera, like camera, and so I had to have an external mic, and I forgot to turn on the audio recording program, and I had to redo that entire video. So that was years ago. Oh yeah, that sucks. I'm so sorry, Mia. Hopefully you're able to get it back quickly. So 7:17, 8:17. I think Nia's going tonight. Is it 6:30? Nope, wrong button. 6:30 my time, 7:30 Eastern. Yeah, 6:09. Yeah, 6:30. 3, 4. I think actually I can do 2 more sprints. I was thinking at least 2 more minutes before, but that would still only, if I did 2 more sprints, that still only takes me to like 4:30, 5 o'clock, depending on how many people are here. And there doesn't seem to be too many people here now. Ray, and maybe just you and I. So, but yeah, you don't have to keep hanging out. If you've got things you got to do, I'm going to keep on working. But I hung out with the pup, and I'm trying to decide what to eat for lunch, trying to get more protein and stuff. Yes, my husband's actually going through that right now. He is trying to get more and more protein. So I showed him, I used to do cooking, and I used to plan our meals and do all of that before I started writing full time, when I had like a regular job, because my job was boring. So, I used to make these protein shakes for him, and it had a lot of protein in it. So I showed him how I made them. So you got protein powder, which I got, it was a very specific protein powder. I had to try different ones because I'm very sensitive to sugar. And I had to find one with coconut sugar, because all the other ones make me break out. So this one was made with coconut sugar, and it was organic. And then I mixed that with almond butter, which has quite a bit of protein, and Greek yogurt, and try to remember everything. I just put ice in there, and fruit or veggies or both. I've done all of that, and not very much of it, like a half a cup. And then sugar, more sugar if you need it. To me, that's fine is it as is, but my husband thinks it's not sugary enough. I guess the coconut sugar is not enough for him, so he always adds more sugar to his. But it's a lot of protein. My oldest kiddo is at home right now because he's going to college in the area here. Military's paying for it, and when he finishes his bachelor's, which is about 18 months, then he'll go back in the military as an officer. So he is like very health conscious. Like he does his macros like every day. He works out. I mean, he's pretty cut. So he has to keep up, and he doesn't eat. He always says he has trouble eating enough food to keep up with what he needs for his body mass. So when he looked at what I put together, he said it was really good for the protein, but couldn't tell you what the actual protein number was now. Just had to do a final adding. Oh, okay. I tried to search for, deleted it. It was gone. Yep, stream tonight. Busy day. Yeah, I did. I did check that and saw that you have a stream at 6:30 my time. So I'll be there. Protein powder. I use monk fruit as a sweetener. Yeah, I had seen monk fruit. I think after I had gotten the one with coconut sugar, and I think by then I was like on the 5th different protein powder that I was trying, and so I never even had to get to the monk fruit one because the coconut sugar one worked. I didn't break out, but I do have, or I do have it, but it's probably bad. I probably need to throw it out because it has been like, I would say 4 years since I've really done any cooking, and I still have some monk fruit powdered sugar in my cupboard. So I should probably get rid of it. It's probably no good. I mean, I don't know what the shelf life is on those things, but I would assume that it loses potency over time. So, alrighty, let's go ahead and get into another sprint. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. I'll be here. I am going to do 2 more sprints. So, the only one I use like in stomach. So many have weird tastes. Yes, yes. So many of them do have weird tastes. I've tried a lot of different ones because of the fact that my body's really reacts to too much sugar. I can have a little bit of sugar and I'm okay. But if I eat a lot, like making the protein shakes and stuff, yeah, that was really affecting me. Okay, 1 hour on the clock. If you have to leave out, thanks so much for coming. Everyone else will get started on the next hour in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that was time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished up with the artwork briefs. I forgot I went to include reference images in there because he likes having reference images. I don't know if I said that part last time, but so I went back through, opened them all up, and added reference images, and then saved them as all PDF files. I just finished drafting an email to send off to him to tell him that 3 of the 4 briefs are done. And them numbering that they're numbered in the order of completion or whatever. And I think I just finished drafting it. Now I need to actually send it off to him with the attached PDFs for the artwork briefs. So yeah, last thing to do. This is going to be the last. The next sprint will be the last sprint. So hopefully I will be able to get that done in a couple minutes. And what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I think I am going to work on the next chapter of my novella that I started yesterday. Because I'm trying to think of, well, what could I do? And there's a part of me that feels like I'm getting really tired. I don't actually get tired like if I'm writing all day. I usually don't feel tired, but like when I'm doing other things that they're not creative, I get really tired. So I want to do that and see if I'm able to get it going. And Jocelyn came in about 25 minutes ago, 26 minutes ago. So hello, Jocelyn. I hope all is well with you. I think it might be just you or somebody else still hanging out with me. Just me, myself, and I, and someone else. So, alrighty, since I don't see anything else in the chat, I'm going to go ahead and get the last sprint started. If you have to leave out before I come back, thanks so much for being here. And for everyone else, we'll get started on the last sprint in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. right, that is time on the last sprint. How did you do? I just looked at my sheet, my Word document to see how many words I had, and I already forgot. 830 for drafting. But I did some brainstorming before that because I had done chapter 1 through 3 yesterday. And like I knew, like whenever I brainstorm enough that like I'm like kind of separating out ideas into chapters, it never stays that way. This is where like, good thing I don't like really outline. I just have, and I do a lot of verbal dictation. So it goes really quick. It's just like paragraph format. Sometimes not even real like true sentences, like fragments and stuff. Will often include like dialogue that I think is going to happen. So yeah, what I wrote yesterday, chapters 1 through 3 was actually what was found in my chapters 1 through 6, but lots of information I cut out. So I was like, okay. So I know it's never going to go the way it is. So I did some more brainstorming because this chapter was different than what it was supposed to be. And so that was 1,091, and then started writing 830 for drafting. All right, let's see how you guys did. Nia stream is tonight, 6:30 my time. That's in roughly 2 hours, depending on what time zone you're in. Nia likes to say she's streaming sometimes, but she isn't. True. I think we're talking about, wasn't last Tuesday, but the Tuesday before, where it had a stream set up, but she wasn't actually planning to stream. So JL says hello again, trying to squeeze in a little more work before I go out of town for the night. That was about almost 30 minutes ago, so hopefully you're able to get some in. How much work I get done largely depends on how long the puppies sleep. So hopefully you're able to get some in. How is everyone this evening? Yeah, it's good. So I got done. I worked on mostly just like doing the artwork briefs most of the day. I did start off with, oh shoot, my text-to-speech program's still on. Hold on. Shut it off. What? I'm like, I don't know what happened. It's like what I was just saying was in the middle of what I last wrote because I didn't transfer this over. Oh my goodness. So I had to figure out, okay, what's actually my story and what is me talking to you guys? I think I figured it out. Okay. So yeah, I was doing mostly the artwork briefs. I did some admin stuff earlier this morning, did the artwork briefs. I was supposed to do 4. I just got 3 done. I was getting really tired of doing it, and I really wanted to get something else. I was starting to lose energy. So I thought, let me just do some writing. And so I spent that last sprint writing, mostly. No, 30, 40, 45 minutes, 45 minutes of that sprint, because I still had the last little thing to send off to my, the artist, the email I had to send off. So I guess it took me about 15 minutes to send it off. And hey, says Eva, I forgot I was here. It's okay. It's only bad if I forget I was here. Like Nia, 2 weeks ago. Officially done editing the first 9 chapters. Woohoo! It's kind of nice to know this is my actual final pass. Yes, tell yourself that's the final pass. I mean, I don't know if you're like me or not, but I would go again and again and again. And I did that with my debut. And I was like, I gotta be just done with this and just get it out. I just stopped touching it. I actually did hold on to it until I had the second book mostly written. And then I put it out. But yeah, there's times when you just want to keep on going because you're like, I can make this better. But then you never get it out if you don't stop. If you're wanting people to read it, that is. It's kind of nice to know it's actual final pass. At the same time, a little scary to think soon it'll be in front of total strangers. Yes, that is the scary part. I don't have any great info for that or great advice for that. I think the best thing to know is that there's somebody who's going to say something bad about it. Is like, oh, why did they do this? Or what was their motivation for that? Or how did we get from this point to that point? And I kind of think about that. Like sometimes people are saying things like, oh yeah, that probably would have made the story better. But other times I'm like, well, it's there, but you just didn't get it. And it's, I know you've been running your work through beta readers, lots of beta readers. You've had it go through quite a few people. It's just not, people just don't interpret things the same way. And that's what it comes down to. No one is going to interpret your work the way you mean it to. Not everyone's going to interpret the way you mean it to. So some people are going to be lost, even though you feel it's clear, because I feel it's clear, like some of the stuff that I put in my stories. So just know that not everyone's going to get it. That's probably the better way to say it. Not everyone's going to get it. And obviously there's some that probably might pick out something that are like, yeah, that would have made it better, but learn that for a future book, future story. I finished coloring my calendar in. Was that fun? How many books do you have out now, Shannon? This is always an awkward question for me. At least we're in between Kickstarters right now, because like in the middle of a Kickstarter, I'm like, well, what's considered published? Because a Kickstarter book that I'm giving out to people is kind of published. But if you're talking about complete stories that are individual, because I have one box set out. So if I don't count the box set, then I have the trilogy, the Irish trilogy. I've got the first 2 books, okay, that's 5, in the Brides of the Dragon King series. How many do I have? I have 5. Okay, 5. I have the prequel novella and the Florist Budding Desire. So that's 7 books. And then I have 3 publications in journals, magazines, anthologies, whatever you want to call them. Oh, actually, I have 4, because I have one from 2013 that's in a literary journal. But in my current genre, or what I've just written, fantasy. So 7 books, and oh no. Because I have the Bound to the Elements books out too, right? I have the first 3 out. I have 10. I have 10 books out. Wow. Okay. And 4 stories out in anthologies and literary magazines. There you go. You're going to ask me one day and I'm like, I have no idea. I can't keep up. So like, I have way too many ideas, and I'm hoping that they're all going to come to fruition. I see next year is going to be fewer publications, because this year is mostly the short stories, right? The novelettes. But I have a trilogy planned to come off of my Fated Adventures, which is basically already written. I just have to figure out which point of view I want to write each scene in, because it's four different viewpoints who tell the same story. Essentially, there are some scenes that are they're individual to those characters, but there's a lot of scenes that they're all 4 in, or 2 of them are in, or 3 of them are in. And I'm going to have the 4 viewpoints, and I've already done brainstorming how I'm going to set that all up. I just have to actually get it and pull it together into one file, and then write bridging chapters, because this was written with the idea that it was like mailed letters. So like my characters were writing like journal entries, and they wrote that to the people who are getting the mailed letters in the mail. Yeah. So I'm going to rewrite everything in 3rd person, because I prefer 3rd person. And so that's not going to take me a lot of time. So if I can get that done this year, that's a trilogy I'll publish next year. And then I have my reader magnet for my Bound to Element series, and I'm going to publish it as well. But I originally thought I might publish it in December, because it's just the month after the last one gets published. And I thought, well, I already have 10 publications this year, and I'm going to have fewer next year. I might as well wait until next year and get past the holidays anyways. So I'll probably publish that in January. I'm still going to offer it free as part of my newsletter magnet. But if anybody doesn't want to join my newsletter and they'd rather just buy it, I'm just going to keep it up for 99 cents, the ebook. It's not going to be in KU, not like the other books, because it is a reader magnet. So even like if someone finds it through like, I doubt they find it through Barnes & Noble, but like Apple or Kobo, if they so happen to want to buy the other ebooks, they can buy them from Amazon if they want. Some people may not transfer over, but it is what it is. So there's that one, the trilogy. I've got a novella I wrote last year when I was trying to write my first short story, that kind of goes along with a half novella from like a year and a half before that. And so I want to make that into a trilogy. Those need a lot of work though. So I don't know if I'll get those done in time for next year. Oh, and then I'll have the Kickstarter book that hopefully I'm doing that this year. That's going to be October. And the novella that I was just working on that's going with the Kickstarter, which might end up being a novel depending on how many words it is. So that's 2 more publications I'll have next year. So it's 5. So 2 from the Kickstarter, the trilogy for the Fated Adventures, and the reader magnet. That's 6. So then I'll have 16 at the end of next year, unless I can get any more done before then. So, oh wait, I didn't say this one. Sorry. Vlog is posted and looks fine. And I had a late lunch. So you were able to fix the missing music. That's great. Yay. Nia vlog to watch. All right. Got to the end. Yep. Nia is going in roughly about 2 hours. So if we see you guys there, if not, I will be back tomorrow. It's Wednesday. today's Tuesday. Yeah, tomorrow, Wednesday, I'm in the afternoon, and it's just 3 1-hour long sprints, strictly timed with 5-minute breaks in between. So otherwise, I'll see you guys around. Thanks, everyone.